Hello, hello, hello,
Hello, sir.
hello. Okay, can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Hear me? Okay, can you hear me? So let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. Can you hear me? Say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So I have shared my screen and I go to your what you call um, Microsoft, what is that? Windows PowerShell as a administrator. Then what I will do first, I will activate my virtual environment. Actually, it is not required for your OOPS and all, but generally that's the way I work. Then I go to where my project directory is. It is here. In my case, you take your and launch the code. That's it. Once you launched, then we are here. Now, let me go to our Blackboard. Other day, we have covered, we started with the concept of class, and the object, and then we discussed the four principles of, and these are the principles of object oriented paradigm. What are they? Encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, and abstraction. All these things are the fundamental to your what you call OOPS. When you write a OOPS program, you need to keep all these things. When you get a problem, you need to map your problem into this kind of object oriented style. That is the way the people expect you to do it, not your procedural style. That they will accept when you write a small time script below 50 lines and all. But when you create application, then you need to stick to the concept of the object oriented. You need to create a class, then you need to call the created objects, then the object call each other their method. That's it. That is what your OOPS all about. Now, we didn't seriously develop any application. We didn't seriously define any application using the OOPS concept. Now, let me go here and look. These are all. It is not for you. You can. So, what are the key takeaways? Before I give you some kind of programs, let us take a key takeaway. We learned that is the class, the blueprint for your, the definition for your objects. There you define your attributes and the method. Objects are instance of the class which has got a state and a behavior. And a constructor, that is underscore underscore init underscore underscore, where we do two things. When the control goes to constructor, it does two things. One, it is calling underscore underscore new underscore underscore, thereby it creates the object and allocates the memory space. Then it will initialize the object, means it will initialize whatever may be the argument you are passing with the instance variable self dot, your instance variable equal to whatever may be the what you have passed during the creation. Instance variable unique per object defined with self dot variable. Class variable shared across all instances, single copy in the memory, defined outside the init method. Outside the init method, instance method uses self. Make it very clear. Instance method uses self to operate on the current object you are going to create. Same way, class method, it uses the decorator pattern. What is that? At the rate class method. And it uses CLS keyword, CLS class keyword to operate on the class as a whole, the whole class state. Static method, it uses at the rate that decorator. What is that? At the rate static method. Above your static method. No access to self or CLS. It is basically a helper function, utility function. And by default, functions are you can call. You can call a function, but you can never call a object. If you want to call an object like a function, you need to make it a callable object. So simply give the underscore underscore call underscore underscore method that makes your objects instances which you can call like a function. Now in the a call method, you define whatever you want to do it. That is up to you based on your project, the business requirement. Then encapsulation, it is all pretty simple. There is hardly 17 people are there. Okay. And now look at here. Let us encapsulation data hiding. You are actually hiding the data. And remember, there are, it is more than hiding the data, it is also doing the job of security, the data security, by making private variables, protected variables, and all in your encapsulation. And the better way is to have a getter and a setter for validation. When you have a variable, if you want to get that variable, if you want to access that variable, write a getter method. And if you want to update the modify that variable, simply make a setter. I have already shown you. And inheritance, that is code reusability via the child parent relationship. The class child, and you pass your parent. And if at all your the child class wants to call parent constructor, you can call it through super method. Super function dot in underscore underscore init underscore underscore. Now method overriding, pretty simple. In the child class can redefine, modify parents method. Polymorphism, same method name, different behavior. Same, the name of the method is same, but based on the object it is calling, you get a different output, a different behavior. This is achieved through overriding. You can leave that time for the time. Operator overload, actually there is a operator overloading, you can leave it. Abstraction, that is you are hiding the implementation. Implementation, not hiding the data. Hiding the data is your class. When you create a class, you are bundling your properties and your methods, that thereby you are hiding the data. But in the case of the abstraction, you are not hiding the data. you are not providing a proper implementation so that that method become abstract method. You use the at the rate abstract method. When you have got an abstract method in any class, minimum one, if you have got your class become abstract, so your class has to be a subclass of the ABC class, which is the abstract class from the package, the mm, module called ABC, small ABC. Then if you want an immediate cleanup when you remove an object, a variable, when you remove, delete an object, and immediately if you want a cleanup, then you define the underscore underscore del underscore underscore method. That's simple it is. And otherwise you need to call, the call when object is garbage collector, there is a, in the background there is a thread that will reclaim all the removed, deleted object. When you delete or remove an object, they don't have any reference, so we call them dereferencing. When you create an object, they have got a reference. What is the reference? Look, I told you other day, when you create an object, let us say x equal to 10. The 10 value is stored in your memory. The 10 value is stored in the memory, allocated a reference, memory reference that is mapped to, that is this memory address reference by your variable name, identifier name x. Same thing. When you say, a1 equals to, let us say dog class. When you create an object, same way in the memory, it is creating a allocation, some allocation, and that memory address is mapped to A1. When you when you say delete A1, or when you say delete X, what it does, it is removing this memory address. Now this is dereferenced. This memory address is actually pointing to your A1, that will be dereferenced. The same way, when you say del x, x is no more pointing to this, it will be dereferenced. So whenever your garbage collector see any dereferenced objects or a variable, it will reclaim that memory, it will clean up. That is what your the garbage collector does. But remember, garbage collector, once it is executed, once your garbage collector is executed, then it will go for a sleep for a couple of seconds. Let us say 5 seconds. It will go for a sleep. Meanwhile, when it come back, it will look for dereferenced objects. If it see one, it will reclaim it. Else, if you want any immediate cleanup, simply in your class, you write del object, del method. That's it. That's it. Simply create this del method. So whenever object is dereferenced, the program will not wait for the garbage collector. It will clean up the memory immediately. Immediately. Even in Java, it is not. Even if you call the destructor method, there it is a destruct method. There is no guarantee that your objects will be reclaimed soon. But your garbage collector is In any case, it will run. In any case, it will run. So you can, the object space will be reclaimed. But if you want any proactive, if you are a good developer, you will always have the del method because that will proactively clean up your memory. That's the way. Now, dynamic behavior, um, this you can debate. Now, the best practices of writing a Java, sorry, a Python program and a Pepper. This is Python. A PEP8 means Python guidelines. How to, the best practice is what we call PEP8. PEP8, you can refer it. It is available online. Just read when you get time, PEP8 guidelines. So, naming convention, some of them I have written for you. The class name, always use camel case. Student, bank account. Method function name it is snake case. Get total, calculate area. Variable name, snake case. Constants, upper snake case. Upper snake case. But even though it can't be treated as a constant, it is likely to change. Private variable, that is underscore underscore your variable name, and that is a single lead underscore internal, sorry, and that is actually protected. Strongly private means actual private, that is a underscore underscore double leading underscore, like underscore underscore salary, and the name mangling I told you. So it is pretty simple. When you want to, when you are terribly sure that this must be a private variable, simply put a underscore underscore. Look at here. Here there is a two underscore. Look at here. Two underscore and let us say password. Okay. It is a private variable. Sorry, it is a private variable. It is a private variable. Private variable. That's all for a private variable. Now, always use self and class keyword. Follow the convention. Don't use this or me. In Java, it is this. That is why it is a return. That is in Java. Here it is self for object, and for class it is CLS. Prefer composition over inheritance. Favor has a relationship over is a relationship. And let me explain this to you. 1 minute. Let me explain this to you. It is actually a principle in OOPS. Prefer composition over inheritance. Look at, when you have a child parent relationship, let us say class, class parent. This parent has got a variable, let us say a class variable called, let me write it in our this thing. Look up. Let me write it over here. Look up. The class parent, because there will be an alignment issue. And sorry, in the class, correct? Class parent, there is a class variable, class variable, class variable. Let us make it very simple. Class variable is what? Let us say it is, what is that? Parent. Sorry, nobody's telling me anything. Please watch over here. Then parent, there is the parent. So parent belongs to a particular community. Let us say a community. Okay, community is equals to, let us say, some community, or it won't be correct. And let us say there is a variable, class variable, let us say the parents, there will be only one ID. Okay, ID. I have capitalized it as if it is a constant. ID is equals to, let us say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now you see, I'm not writing anything more in this class. Now, there is another class called um, mm, another class called what is that class? Child 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 class child, that is coming from parent. Okay, parent. Now you see, there is a very, this ID will be automatically available to child. Now look, let us say there is an ID, and let us say one more thing, and I'm not writing anything. Okay, uh, pass. Now, what do you mean by has a relation, is a relation? Has a relation, is a relation. Now, let me tell you, if let me create an object of this. What? The parent, the P equals the parent, and the P equals to parent. It is a no argument constructor, no problem. Now you see, parent has got an ID. Parent has got a property called ID. That is what we call composition. Has a relationship. Look at, has a relationship. Look here, I'm writing. It is very important you to understand. Has a relationship. Has a relationship. What is that? That, look, the parent P. Again, I'm writing in comment. Parent P. P is an object. Has a property. Look at there. Look at there. Has a relation. Has a relation means the property. P has a property called what? ID. That is what we call it, a composition. This is what we call a composition. The parent P composed of what? An ID. ID, that means parent has a property. What? ID. Now, this is what we call composition. Composition. Now, let us say, there is a child. C equals to child. Let us say C equal to child. Now, child I create. Now, look, what is a relation? Child is a parent. Is this correct? Is this correct? I say C is a parent. C is a child. That is fine. That everyone knows. C is a child. C is a child. Equally, C is also a parent. Parent. C is a child. Okay, it is a comment. It is a comment. It is a comment. C is a child. Equally, it is a parent. If you say, let us see, what is the data type of the C? C, 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 actually child. C is a child, but C is equally a parent, because you look here, using C, I can call ID. C dot ID, print. It is the parent object can call it. C can also call it. So C is also parent. C is also parent. Look, print, print. What is that? The parent P dot ID. P dot ID. Same way, C is also, you run it, you can see, look at, both are same, ID same. So if C can access parent property, child is accessing parent property, what does it mean? C is also a parent, not only a child, he is also a parent. That is why you are able to, you are getting all the property inherited. Now, this is what we call C is a child or C is a parent, is a relation and has a relation. Is a relation means that shows the inheritance. Arana, sorry. And the parent-child relationship is what we call. So basically, to conclude, look at, to conclude, is a relationship that shows inheritance, and has a relationship. It is composed of. That shows this is a child means inheritance, and has a relationship means composition. That means it is nothing but a property, that you keep it in mind. Some interview people may ask you, that is why I have written it over there. Now let me, coming to some program, let us do it. Let us look here. The project one. This is something you need to do it. You need to do it. It is an assignment. It is assignment project one. Assignment one. The project one. A basic banking application involving all the concepts you learned in OOPS. And remember, it is a very lengthy project. You need to read it carefully, slowly, then you work with it. And look up whatever you learned in Python, fundamental programming plus OOPS, I have included every concept you learned, and I have made a small class. This is a docstring. There is a class variable interest rate. In a bank, there is a default interest rate 1% and a total number of accounts, which is 0. And then initialize what is that class bank account. Read it. Now there is another method, and remember, look at that method. It is an instance method. There is no decorator, because this method will be called by, this belongs to the objects will call it. The same way, deposit, withdrawal, and get balance, and set interest, getter and setter. Set interest, if you want to change, of course, you may need to change the interest as and when the government says. So set interest rate, and there is something called get interest rate, which I haven't written. Okay, no problem. There is a get balance and set interest rate and get interest rate. That also you can write it. And there is a static method, is a valid transaction. These are all a utility method, whether a transaction is valid or not. So you pass your amount, it will check whether it is greater than, any transaction has to involve non-zero value. Non-zero, I mean greater than 0. So else it is invalid transaction. Now simply create the objects. That's it. Then there is a if in the if block itself, actually, let us make it a main block. Let me write it mean, mean, def, mean. Okay, now let me remove this. Let me remove this and let me align this. It is perfectly aligned. Now this is your main method, and towards the end, all the actions are happening. This you call it, here you call your main function. Main function. This is the only change I have done it. I made this a main method, which you know how to do it, and I call the main from the if constructor. When you call it, look, every action is happening here in the main method. When you create an object, the control will go to the constructor. Control will go to the constructor and it will be initialized. Then you call your appropriate method using your class or the instance you create. That's simple it is. So everything I have written, please do it when you come tomorrow. Please tell me whether you have got any doubt in it. There is no point in at this point of time I go line by line. If you have got it, look, there is a big time project assignment again. And don't tell me I didn't give any assignments to do. This is a full-fledged, it is a very big application. Try to understand the first one. Then you go for the full-fledged basic banking application involve all the concepts you learned. Now, there is a class, look up the class definition. It is a comment. It is a multi-line comment. Now, who has written? Write it this way. This is the proper way. You change your name and the date. Now, you import then class. These are all for your custom error handling. You create no such an employee error, invalid date format error, invalid the account, insufficient balance error, anything you can write. Then there is a class called employee. It is an employee class. Then there is a unexecute under employment, except underemployment. In underemployment, there will underemployment raise, but there is no error. I have written, I didn't see it. So let us copy this raise error. Always, sorry, error, error. Okay, raise error because that is the Python convention. So let us have this error created and 1 minute here. Okay, here you write one more error, because what is the error? Exception. Always write comments and all. Exception class for your this thing. What is that? Underemployment error. Now you create a class. Pretty simple. There is nothing. Unemployment error. This is the class. And that class is a subclass of exception class. Then only it will become an exception. Okay, now what do you need to do? Simply say, let us have a this thing. Okay, raised. This error will be raised when when the what is that? Underemployment. Let us, I don't know even. Raise when the when you are raising that error. See, let us see. Let us see. When you raise that error, when you raise this error, where is that error? Ah, because When I put that class, that error gone. When you will get the error? If he is not in employment, underemployment error. If he not in raise, employee doesn't exist. Okay, underemployment. So let us write it something like this. This raised when employee doesn't 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 exist. You get this doesn't exist. Okay, okay. Now that's all. Now I don't think there will be any error. It is a very huge program. You need to run it. There will be error and all. And go through these two programs. And if you have got any doubt, whatever you learned, now at this point, if you say, I didn't understand this, then there is a big problem. I taught you what is if, else condition. I taught you how to call an object, a class, when it call in the class method and all, which I taught you. All the things I taught you, only thing, have some patience and go through each line, try to understand it. And still, if you have got a problem, it is throwing an error, we will see. Enter your name, then enter your name. Okay, that is your name. Then you call your program called class underscore definition dot py. It will create first and first employee. Then it will create another employee, and it goes. It goes. So all in all, I have given the explanation, class definition, everything, constructor, instance variable, everything what is involved in this project, I have explained very well, so you can understand it. Try to do both of them, both of the project. Apart from it, there is another program I have written here. It is a very simple program. There is a class called book. Every book will have a book ID, a title, author, quantity, and every a class will have a display book information. It will detail the ID of the book, that is ICBN. Every book will have an ICBN ID, unique ID, then a title and author, and whether it is available or not, that. And check whether book is available, whether quantity is greater than 0, book is available, and you can update the quantity, you can change the quantity of the book. Now there is another class called user, who will come and borrow the books from a library. From a library, user will have a user ID, name, and books borrowed from the library. Okay, and how do you borrow a book? There is a method I have written. How to return a book? How to return a book and view borrowed books by the user. There is a method. Everything I taught you. I taught you. There is a if block, and inside there is a for block, and there is a else block, everything. Then there is a small library class. Library. Now, library will have property. It doesn't have a property. It has got a constructor. And these are the what you call instance method. Add a new book, list the book, search a book by title, and register a user, add a book to the library. All that stuff simple. And there is a def method that you created library first, then create the book and add that book. Look, you are creating the books, then adding the books to the library, creating to users, and in the library, both of them get registered now while true. Welcome to the library management. These are the menu available. You can see all the books available. Add the books, search for a book, whether it is there in the library, borrow a book, return a book, view a book, add a new user, and exit. So let us, if the choice, enter your choice. So if you want to view books, enter one and all. So 1, 2, 3, 4, everything you learned. If nothing else, invalid choice, please try again. So let us run this program. What is the program name? Library demo. This also I'm giving you as an assignment. Try to do it. Every line of code we have explained. I mean, if it is a if condition, I taught you if elif everything, and I taught you what is the this if name mean construct. I taught you what is the main function how to write everything. I taught you that is same thing you are doing. So let us run it. What is the program name? Py library demo. Okay, these are the welcome to my library. You can use any option. So let us say eighth option. I don't want to do anything. Okay, goodbye. It works. Call again. Then view all the books. Let us say view all the books. Enter your choice. Oh, what is then? I need to go back to this thing. Enter your choice. Library, and that is precisely view. Enter your so there is no books. Then add a book. Add a book. You can search a let us say 2, 3. Add a book. Okay, book ID. Let us say 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, what is the book title? And the title is Godfather. Let us say Godfather. That is the book. And who is the author? That is Mario Puzo. Mario Puzo. And enter the number of quantity. That is, let us say there is only one copy. But in a library, there may be minimum 2. Okay, now let us view the book. Okay, view the book. Why it is not coming? Anyway, search the book. Okay, 3. Search the book. Let us say Godfather. Is it by name or is it by ICBN? So we need to check it. View where it is. Why view is not working? You try. You try. We will make it work. It is not a big thing. And let us say the library, there is a view. Where is the view borrowed books? View borrowed books. If self dot borrowed books. Okay, this gentleman didn't. Else, self dot this name. Actually, we should create the users first. Okay, we need to create there are 2 users. There are 2 user. Okay, there are 2 user. Okay, now there are add book, search for a book, borrow a book, borrow a book, borrow a book. But who is the user? User, first I need to register the user. Enter the user ID, library.register. Let us say there are geek 1, geek 2. Okay, geek 1. Okay, I copy these and I go here and let us say enter your choice, that is 7. Enter the user ID. That is user ID or geek. 1 minute. 1 minute, you can try it. It's all quite interesting. The geek, where is the user? Enter user ID is 1. Okay, user ID is 1. ID is 1. Okay, ID, enter the username. Okay, that is geek 1. But it is just throwing me out. Okay, let me check that program again. Then I will give you tomorrow because I need to go through it. I returned it long time back. It is, I need to check the data flow. I mean the workflow. So I will this program, it is there, not it is with you, and I will give you after. Let me make a review library demo which I didn't, and I let me go through it. Let me go through it, and I will send it to you after the class. So all in all, I have given you many programs, and these are all assignment programs, and try to work with it. Create the classes, and create the object, and let the object call each other. So that way. So that's all about OOPS. If you have got any doubt, please ask me. Please ask me if you have got a doubt. And remember that both the programs, you apologize for being late. No problem. Look, the both, look, let me tell you bluntly. No problem. Oh, okay. Look at, I have given you that the programs to project 1 and 2 as an assignment. If you can't understand a single line, I'm there to help you. Only thing is that you need to come. Try to create small classes, create objects. That is the only way you will learn it. And remember, I'm moving to another topic called file management. How files are managed in Python. And remember, whether I write it in procedural style or OOPS style, make it very clear. When you work in a company, you need to write it in OOPS. I may write it as a procedural style because of the lack of the time. And if it is a small program, you can use procedural style. Else, in production, it's all a oops game. No other game will work over there. Make it very clear. Any doubt from anybody from any kind of the doubt, I will clear it. You can ask me offline, online, whatever. I will be there. Any line of code or anything related to whatever we are teaching, you can ask. If it is within my knowledge, I will. Now, let us go to the next topic. Now, let me go to this exit. Exit. Now, let me go back to, let me close this. This I will rewrite, or let me check it. What is the problem there? Now, let me, instead of the oops, I will go back one step. Again, I will go one step. Then I say dir, then say there is 1.22, 122 file IO input output. Remember, in the data science, in machine learning, deep learning, NLP, AI, it's all file reading. If I didn't teach you file reading and file writing, then there is a problem. That is because every now and then in this field, you need to work with the files. Any kind of file you should be. When you go to a company and they give you a PDF file, you can't say, I don't know anything about PDF files. And if they give you a CSV file, comma separated value file, you can't say, I don't know what is CSV file. You need to work with it. That is why I have included this and try to understand. So change directory, one, two, okay, one, two, two, oh, sorry, one, two, 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 okay, that is file IO. Very good. Under the file IO, let us say dir. What is the name? 25 file IO. Okay. So change directory 25, 25 tab file IO. Okay. Say dir. This is what I want. So let us all of you do it this way. All of you do it this way. And remember, here in all the practical purposes, you need to work with the virtual directory. So virtual directory must be activated as I have shown you. Now I changed my directory. Let me launch the code and let me get everything everything in code, in the VS code. Close this and let me see which is the Jupyter notebook. I stopped using PDF files. If anybody wants to follow it, there is a PDF file. It is here that I have shown you. You can use it, but I discourage it. For us, our look here 20. Oh, here I didn't change the number. The 20, actually I should make it 25. Okay, no problem, it is only a file name. And this is the you can use this PDF file. You can use your odt file, means in Linux type of Windows, I mean Word file. Okay, you can open it in a Word file and all. Now, but every now and then you need to run the program. So from the PDF you need to copy, and it will end up in so much indent error and all. So view the best way. Let us open the this ipynb file io dot ipynb file. That is the extension for your Jupyter notebook. Let me open it. Simple. Don't directly open it. Don't start a server and all. Simply in the VS code, you click on this. This will be open for you. This is file handling, file management. So let me have 1 minute. 1 minute. Meanwhile, you people open this file and get ready. If anybody has got any problem in opening this Jupyter notebook or anything, tell me. I will be back within 1 minute. Within 1 minute, please. I'm back. Now, let me, let me talk about fire. Remember, it's a very big chapter. Once you cover this chapter, you will come to know anything and everything about files, provided you learned it. So let me select a kernel. We here select an environment. Mine is AI, AINV, AI, ENV. Double click on it. That's it. So everything is set. You can run one by one. So this is a picture I have given, and it is deliberately I have given. And remember, is there anybody has got any issue? I mean, look, I am moving to file in earlier we call it file IO, file input output. I'm just using it. Actually, it is a file management. I'm moving to. So, are you ready? Are you ready, all of you? Please. Hello. Are you ready? I'm going to this thing, file management. So we are going to learn how to manage the file, directory, folder, file. These kind of objects we are going to confront. We are going to work with it. How we will work in Python. From Python, how I will work with it. Here, I see some problem ahead. Look, I see some problem. What is that? Let me make it. Let me. Has a relation is a relation. Now, this is file management. File management. How you manage the files? Files. When I say file, it can be a folder, it can be a directory, and it can be a simple file object. File actually contains the data. Folder contains folder or file. A file contains a folder or a directory. Folder or directory can contain a file. Files contain the ultimate the data. Data is lying in your files. That file object, and remember, it's an object. Everything is an object. In this file object actually residing in a folder and or in a directory. And remember, there is a subtle difference between your directory and a folder. When I say a folder, make it very clear you understood that, all of you. When I say a folder, I mean this. Look, this graphical explorer like thing, where, look, if you want to create a folder, simply press right click and say new, and say folder. You are creating a folder, my folder. Okay, here this is what we see using a graphical interface is something what we call a folder. These are the folder. Basically, we look at the folders when it is a GUI thing. But this is not the way Python deals with at least Linux. Linux doesn't use the word folder at a machine level, at a low level, at a hardware level, operating system level, and a hardware, we call it a directory, not a folder. because your machine hardware understand directory, not folders. Folder is for you and me. We work with these kind of directories using the concept of folder, using a GUI, something like using a GUI, something like your Windows File Explorer. It is an example I'm telling you. There is a difference, even though people, including me, using the file, folder and directory interchangeably. We use it both for the same thing, but there is a subtle difference. That is what I told you. Directory comes with OS and your low level hardware. At a hardware, there is nothing called folder. Everything is file and a directory, file and a directory. But when we work with it for our convenience, we use a GUI kind of things that we call a folder. Basically, both are same. Basically, the way we perceive, the way we deal with it, it's all different. That's it. When you use a GUI kind of thing like this, it is a folder. Okay, now let me open this file handling. With the file, when you want to work with a file, first you, before, what are the file operations? You can read the file, write the file, add the file, or update the file and all, add, modify, delete and all. But before you do anything, before you read, write, or update a file, you need to open the file. Make it very clear. You need to open the file. Once you open a file, you can read it, you can write it. These are the file operations. What are the file operations? Read the file, write the file. But to do that file operation, you need to first open the file. So you open the file, do your file operations like read or write or update or whatever. Then once you done your job, once you finish your work, you need to close the file. You need to close the file. That is this. So basically, it is open a file, do the operation, close the file. That you keep it in mind. When you do it manually, you need to do it all these steps. This is where the use of with coming. I told you there is a keyword with. You open a file, you open a file, you open a file, but you don't need to explicitly close it. You don't need to close it. 1, 2, 3. You don't need to close it to in with. But when you work alone, when you work manually, you are doing. So first you need to call the open method, then do the write or read operations. Let me write operation. Let us say operations. Then you close it. You need to do it, else your file will remain opened. It is a problematic situation. And remember, whether I say or not, anything and everything you do with a file operation, you need to put it into try and accept block. Anytime, without your knowledge, without you foresee it, error will come when you work with the file management. So always, whatever the suspected code, you need to put it into try and accept block, whether you like it or not, and use the finally keyword and all. We will use it. So with this introduction, let us go to file handling. Introduction to the file processing in Python. And remember, you take any programming language, not only Python, Java, any programming language, you need to work with a file. There is no escape. It may be a PDF file, it may be a CS file, it may be a text file, it may be an Excel file, it may be a binary file, it may be a JSON file, JSON file, it may be a YAML file. There are a lot of files. Each one of them you need to use it if you want to work with the data science, machine learning, all that stuff. First and foremost, now you are after the OOPS, you are slowly stepping into data science, machine learning. These are the prerequisite I'm teaching you. File processing is there at the length and the breadth. There is only file reading. So you need to know how to read a file, how to process a file, and before you read it, you need to open it. If you open it, you need to close it. That's where your with helper. With, you simply open it, do the operation, then leave it. No need of closing. With will take care of it. So let us go to file. File handling, it is there in every language. Every language, anything and everything you work with it, you need to work with the files. It is very simple. Once you know the Python programming, fundamental Python programming, hence, I mean, whatever I may say henceforth, look at it's all complex. It's all complex. Don't take it as a bed of roses. No, it's all hard. But if you know that your fundamental is very strong, it's all simple. It's all simple. People like you are doing it, so you can also do it, provided you show some interest, sincere interest, and do it. Without doing it, nothing is going to happen. It is a programming business. So you need to do the hands-on, you need to write the program. It is not a history subject where I teach you something, you hear and you go home, finish. It is not that way. So file handling is an essential concept in Python programming framework. It enables you to use your Python code directly to what else we do? Create file, read a file, write a file, and manage the files. I mean, open and close. Ability to handle data storage, retrieval. Look, why do we use files? File is the place where we store the data. One of the storage is file, where we keep the data. Look, I open a file. Look, this is a file. I write name is a name. Let us say I put a colon, say Gopi. So there is a variable called Gopi. Then now there is a age. Another detail is called age. 1 minute. Age, sorry, age. Age is another detail that is 12 years. Then I save it. Look, I go and I save it. I save file, save. The moment I save it, this is your data, and your data that gets stored in that file. So what is the content of that file? That is the data you put. The data, that is the content. So where you store your data inside a file, maybe, or I may store it in a database like MySQL and all. That is a different RDBMS. Here it is a plain file we are talking about right now. Now, a retrieval modification in a flexible manner in a manner facilitate the management and the processing of the huge data sets. Now you hit the bull. What do you mean by a data set? Lookup. No more lookup. No more database business. No more data business. What we will get is a huge data set. If you work with data science, data analytics, or your machine learning, deep learning, you get data set. Data set means it is a huge set of data in a plain file. Plain file. Plain file. You get data. Let me show you one data set. Let me show you one data set. Pretty simple. Look up. Oh, this is Windows. Oh, this is Windows. Okay. Data set means a file that contains huge amount of data. Not one or two line. It may be one or two line, but basically when we call a data set which contains huge amount of data, that we store it in your simple text file, Excel file, CSV file, PSV file, and all. Basically, they are all text file. When I say a text file, I mean data is stored in Unicode or UTF, Unicode format. That is UTF-8. That means 8-bit storage. Any character you write that will occupy 8-bit. That is what UTF-8. UTF-8. UTF-8 or Unicode or Unicode. Okay. That means any letter you write, any letter that you can represent in a 8-bit, 8-bit, that is 1 byte of data. That is what we call a text file, a text file. There may be binary files. There may be binary files. Binary file means they contain your binary data, 0 and 1. The machine data, with which you don't know, I don't know how to handle it, but machine can handle it 0 and 1. That is why we call it a machine language. Now, let us go ahead. Python provide a robust built-in support for interacting with the file system. Let me stop it here, like the way I stopped with the dataset. Dataset means a file which contains huge amount of data. Basically, it's all text file, UTF-8 file, or a Unicode file. Now we hit another bull, file system. What do you mean by a file system? What do you mean by a file system? Look, as far as my knowledge goes, in Windows, their file system, basically, Windows is NTFS, Network File System, NTFS. This is what I believe. I may be wrong. Windows specifically use NTFS. If it is a Linux, they have got ext1, ext2, ext2, ext3, and ext4, or the latest XFS, XFS, XFX. Let me, I don't know whether I am right or wrong. Let me put it over here and let me go to your Google and just write all this stuff. Okay, so let me see what he's talking about. So NTFS, NTFS, look here. NTFS is the proprietary, means their own default file system for Windows system. In Windows, they use NTFS, optimized for security, metadata, and performance on Windows-based application. In contrast, in Linux, they use open source standard like ext4. Nowadays, they done with ext1, ext2, ext3. They use ext4 is the current standard journaled file system. Journaled file system. That is the beauty of the Linux. What do you mean by a journaled file system? Look up. Have you heard about the journaled file system? Because at this point of time, you need to learn all these things. Eh? Not now. Venda. Journaled. What do you mean by a journal? A file with a journal. Look up. I'm working with the file. Let us say I'm working with the file one. Okay, I put some data. I'm adding some data, but in between, the power gone, everything gone. I didn't save it. I didn't save it, but I have written some, let us say, 5 to 10 lines. The power gone, everything gone, machine shut down, everything gone. But when you come back, Linux will ask you, do you want to save that unsaved file one? Because when you write something in Linux, it doesn't go to your file first. It goes to something called a journal. Journal. Whatever you are writing, actually, whatever I am writing, actually, it is going to a journal in operating system. First, it will write it into journal. From the journal, when you save it, it will be returned to that file, not to the file first. It is writing to the journal first. That is why in Linux we call it a journaled file. There is nothing like that in Windows. If you lose the data, you lose it. That's it. Story ended. So this is what we call the file system, and XFS is the preferred high performing, large scale, high capacity enterprise level storage. That is for production grade. But for a personal machine PC level, ext4 in Linux, that is the standard journaled file system for Linux, but for Windows, it is NTFS. So that is what I have written here. Okay. Now journal, I told you, first it will write it into journal, not to the file. You may think it is in the file, but you are actually writing into a file. When the power goes, the moment you write it, it is saving in the journal. Journal 99%, 99.9% of the data you can save it, even if you lost it. When the power came and you boot it up, it will ask you, do you want me to save your unsaved file? That's it. So let us go back. So there is with the file system, every operating system has got its own file system. Windows has got its own file system. Linux has got its own file system, and this Mac OS, it has got its own file system. Even it is actually based on ext4 and XFS. They give another name. That's all. Who? The Mac OS, Macintosh machine, Macintosh. Old time we call it a Macintosh machine. I never worked with Macintosh or Mac OS, MacBook. I never work. I don't work with it. For me, it is a simple get a bare metal hardware, just download the Ubuntu or my favorite, the Kali Linux. You download it, make a bootable disk, then install it, finish. So you can have a machine, you can have a machine with a Indian rupees with a 25,000 rupees. Else you may need to buy it at the cost of 50,000. And in India, it's all a big amount. India, even though it is a big country, 70% of the people are living in a poor state of affairs. It is a very, very the sad reality. But when if somebody wants to buy a machine, it is a real cost is there. There comes the beauty of the Linux. Simply get a bare metal and install your Linux finished with the 25,000. You are all right. You can start working. You can do anything and everything you can do in Windows and Mac OS. That is what is my experience. So let us go back. Let us see. This capability is the file system enabling programs to. So when you write a Python program, that program should be able to read from the file, write to the file, close that file, open that file or a directory and all that stuff. This capability is fundamental to the data persistence. What do you mean by persisting? Persisting means you are saving somewhere. Look here, when I write this, let me say, let me write all this stuff. I don't want this file. Okay, don't save. Let me go back. Here, let me write all these things. The moment I say file, file, and save, actually, that whatever I have written, the data, the content that is persisting in some storage in the hard disk. This data will storage with a file name notes. So anything and everything, when you are saving, we call it a persisting. Persisting. Now, fundamental to the data persistence, data saving, configuration management, logging. What do you mean by logging? What do you mean by logging? Look at when you write a Python program, an application, when you write an app, an application, look up, without having the concept of logging, your manager, your team lead won't accept your program. There should be a provision for logging. Logging means auditing. Auditing. Auditing means who did who did what, when, how, why. This is what we call auditing. Any application you may create, there should be a functionality called auditing, that is logging. This is something you need to do it. You need to do it. When you create a program, and if somebody is using that program, you should log it. This gentleman, this user, Gopi, you called this program in this date at this time from this machine. And suppose whatever I have did in that program, it should be logged into some log file. Normally, when you write a Python program, not only in Python program, any application you may create, you need to write logs. Automatically, whatever you did with this application, it should be logged in into some other log file. Some other log file. If you anything go wrong, suppose one gentleman logged in and he accessed a file and he deleted it, and simply without telling anything, if he gone, you won't be able to find it who deleted that file. This is where the concept of logging comes. When you create an application, anything and everything any user does, it should be logged. When he logged in, after logging in, which functionality he did, then what he did, and when he logged out. So in any problem scenario, you can check that log file. I can show you when I create application deliberately without fail, there should be a logging feature. In Python, it is very simple. It is a with a 2 line of code, I can have a beautiful log file. Log file written when anybody calls my program, log file will write it. This gentleman called this program and used it in such and such a way, and this gentleman logged in and he did this. You may think, what is this? From a security aspect, this is very important. Specifically, in a financial enterprise level application, this is very important. In banking, in insurance, in airline, in railway, in healthcare and all, every enterprise level application, you may say there should be logging, simply auditing. Who did what, when, why, how. That is what logging means. And remember, I will teach you how to write it. Logging for any application you may create. You may create. I will show you. Now, let us go to any kind of file, logging, processing, external data sources like data source means where the data is lying. What is the source? What is the source? It may be a comma separated file, JavaScript object notation, JSON file. That is the something like your dictionary kind of data, or a binary 0 and 1. At its core, Python treats the file as a stream of byte. Make it very clear. When you create any file in the file system, it's all a stream of bytes, means nothing but a stream of binary 0 and 1. Whether it is a text file .txt, image file .jpeg, .bmp, .jpeg, .png, there are many kind of image files, or executable file .exe. When you call activate command, it is an executable command, something you can execute so that it will activate your this thing. So executable means some files you can call it and execute. It will its own execute. Python interact with them with a consistent interface, which we will learn. Operating system manage the physical storage while eh, ah, and now it is time to stop. I mean, for the break. The operating system manages the file while the Python has got a OS, util, and I mean, such util and pathlib modules. Look at Python modules for high level abstraction for the portability and ease of use. We will discuss it when we come back. So let us have a break at this point of time, and we will meet after 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Okay, 30-minute break. Let us meet after 30 minutes. Thank Ah, take.
Imagine relaxing in a rooftop infinity. Then the ground starts moving with the force of a magnitude 7.7 earthquake. What you're seeing is called sloshing, when water inside a container keeps moving after the structure breaks. During powerful quakes, buildings don't stay rigid. They're designed to sway and absorb energy, sometimes moving several inches. But water reacts differently. Its momentum can amplify the motion, creating waves strong enough to spill over the edges like a man-made tsunami. In high-rise buildings, the higher you go, the more movement can be felt because upper floors often experience larger sway than the base. That means the pool water can surge violently, even if the structure itself is weak. The good news? Modern towers are engineered for this. The danger is usually the water overflow and falling debris, not the whole building collapsing. Still, after watching this, I understand why some people are saying ground level pool only. Imagine relaxing in a rooftop infinity pool. Then the ground starts moving with the force of a magnitude 7.0
Shall we start? Shall we start? Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
okay, sir.
Okay. Are you there? Come back,
Okay.
please. All of you, please come back. The break is over. So let us
Yes,
start.
sir.
Okay. Okay. Let us start with. So here we were talking about the files, file system, file and all. How do we work with a file system in Python? In Python, there are three modules are there. They are, look, you need to be familiar, and you have used so many Python standard library module like math, datetime, random, and all. Likewise, if you want to talk to file system, because files are physically laying in residing in your hardware, I mean hard disk. So in order to go and to read the hard disk, you need to go through operating system. So there is a module called OS you need to understand. Then there is SH utils. SH utils. There is another more robust than your OS and very latest. There is pathlib. All are free, open source. I mean, it will be coming bundled with your Python when you install the Python because they are all a part of the built-in modules, built-in modules. So using these, we will be covering the file management in Python. These are the modules which will help them. They have got methods. These are the modules. They have got their own classes and method, variable, property, and all with which we work with them. So let us. And I have written a logging file for you. If you are interested, you can see it. Look, there is a logging demo. Look, any application you may write, any application you may work with, you need to have a login mechanism. Actually, with this, you can write with this logging you set up. Actually, you are making a logging setup. Once you make a setup, you can write into your log files anything you want. And look, you write, there are four kinds of, sorry, five kind of logging message. I mean, the category is there. One is the least important info. Info means it is just an information. Warning means you are giving a warning to the user. Then error means there is an error occurred. You are intimating the user. Critical means system will fail now. And you can do debugging also. So all these things you can do with the logging apart from writing into a log file. Look at, if you want to write a logging dot warning, logging is a module in Python. In Python, you can simply download and set up the configuration. What are all you want to write? Let me run it and show you. Look up, I save it and I write it. Look up, I just call this program called logging. Let me clear it. Okay, clear. Okay, then I say py the logging demo. Okay, look up. It says the logs have been written to app.log file is generated where every auditing is written. Let us see it. You go here and you see there is a app.log. It is automatically it will generate. Look here, it is written the time, the day, time, and you can include user and what kind of message you are writing, debugging message. This is for a very basic for your information I have written. Normally, we write like this. Look at this point of time, warning is when this event is logged. I mean, I can write the customer is done a transaction. I mean, what is the transaction? Debiting and debit done. So any the customer is logged in, or customer or a user logged in. Anything you can write, whether it is a warning and all, it is automatically generated. Look up, look up, I delete this. Oy, what happened? I delete, okay, you can delete the app.log. Look, I delete this, I delete this, I delete this. Okay, now I call the program again. I call the program when you run your application, automatically this file will be created. Let us see, where is the log file? Mm, what happened here? Code, where is the program? Okay, I deleted, look, logs have been written to app.log. You check it, you can see the app.log, everything, whatever you want to write. It is up to you what to write, how to trap and all with the date and time. So nobody, even why I am telling you, in bank, one of my job was to check the log file. If a customer is complaining that his money is, somebody has taken his money and through some hacking and all, police will come. We need to provide them with the log, the application log file. So what time this transaction happened, which day, which branch, which ATM, and all. So log file is very important. That is what I. It is very simple. With a 4 line of code, you can write any log, and it is very useful. And but legally, when you create a banking application and all, legally, it is you need to have a log file written. Else, auditors, your bank auditor will not allow it. Like your Price Water Cooper, your Ernst Young, and your Deloitte, all that kind of, I mean, big time auditors will not allow you to create an application without log files. Okay, now that is what I told you. Okay, log file is also, you need to work with it. In a bank, I told you, I worked at length with the log files. It may be a server log, it is an application log, it is an operating system log, anything. So let us go back. Now, where it is, where is our file? Okay, let us close this. Let us, it is all very simple. Just import to the login, then construct a configuration, then go on writing. Whenever you want to write. That's it. Logging dot, whatever may be the type of data, whether it is a warning and all. Let us go back. Let us see this. Let us talk about, so that is what? Why do we need the file handler? To store the data permanently even after the program ends. To access the external files like a text file, comma separated file, JSON file, etc. To process a large file, that is data set, efficiently without using much memory. To automate the task like reading, config, or saving output, to handle input output in real world application and tools. You can read it. File processing, what are the key concepts? This is important. What are the key components, key concepts in file handling? One is file. Files. What do you mean by a file? Named. Every file will have a name, named collection of data stored on the disk, hard disk. Named, it is a very good definition. Named collections of data stored on the disk. Then directory or a folder. I told you the difference, but let us use it interchangeably. It is nothing but a hierarchical containers that hold the file and other directories, other folders. Then there is a path, very important. This is what I told you. When you work in a file system, there is a problem. When you work in a file system, there is a problem. What is the problem? Windows has got NTFS file system, and your this thing Linux has got ext4. Your Mac OS has got XFS. The problem is that the way you write the directory, the location, path, look up. In the case of the Mac OS, in the case of the Mac OS, if you, what is the NTFS file system? Look here, you go to your this PC. This is the root. There are many drives, C drive, D drive, that way. You click one, and under the C, this is the directories. This is the folders. But this is not the way it is in Linux. Linux file system is pretty simple. And look up. I like the Linux file system because it is so customizable. In actually in Windows, actually you are not supposed to work in C drive. C drive is for system files. You create another drive, D drive, E drive, then you work over there. You are user related. See, but everyone even look at me, including me, I am working in C drive. C drive. In the case of the Linux file system, look at Linux file system. Look at the way it is. Look at the hierarchy. Look at, it's all pretty simple. Look at the way it is. Let me. Where is the good this thing? And the Linux file system. Look at the way it is. Look at, there is a root. There is a root. Then there is a home for user. Then there is a etc. There is a opt, boot, bin, blah 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 blah. All the stuff. You may first people won't like it, but it is so convenient. It is so convenient. You are supposed to work in home. Under the home, you create your own directory. You don't have no business with a bin local, I mean user and all. It's all system file. It's all system file. And for a configuration file, you put it in etc configuration file. That way, there is a clear demarcation. Clear demarcation. But in Windows, it is a C colon. Finish. Everything you dump it in C colon. That's it. So look up. Let us a path. What do you mean by a path? First of all, try to understand. In your Windows, the path is something like suppose under the C colon, there is a file, there is a folder called Gopinathan. Under the Gopinathan, there is a folder called, let us say, the AIML. Everything and denoting, representing, using backslash. But in the case of the Linux or Mac OS, it's all forward slash. This is the problem. There is nothing called C colon. There is slash home and the username, whoever is the user, then there is, I can write AIML. And remember, it's all forward slash. This is the way you write a file location, file path, the file path, or simply say location. But in Linux, it's all forward slash. This is also the file location or file, what do you call your location? I'm sorry, and the location or file path. Both are same, both represent same thing. And remember, eh, eh, ah, both represent and whether it is in Windows, whether it is in your Linux or Mac OS, file path or file location, it is represented using a string. That is the problem. That is the problem. Whether it is a Linux, whether it is this thing, your file path is always represented as a string. So if you keep this is a string. C colon, this is a string. Okay, this is a string. And if it is a Linux, this is also a string. This is also a string. So problem. So what is the problem? What is the problem? When I write a file path, when I write a file path in Linux this way and in Windows, if I write it this way, how do Python manage it? How Python as a programming language it will manage? Are you getting me the problem? Are you getting me the problem I'm facing? My problem is how do I represent in Python the Windows and Linux or Mac OS file location, file path, because both are string. And in one, it is a backslash, and in another, it is forward slash. How do Python identify it and correctly take the path? Take the path. So there comes a gotcha. We will discuss about it. Now let us, the path is a string. That is what the problem is. Path that specify location of a file or a directory. So pretty clear. What do you mean by a path? A path is a string that represents the location of a file or a directory or a folder, whatever. Mode. What do you mean by mode? How file is opened. Before you do any operation in a file, you need to open it. When you open the file, you need to tell operating system or the Python, look, I'm going to open this file in a read mode. I will simply read. I will not make any change. Or I will say, I will open this file in a write mode. I will not read, but I will write. Or in both, I will read and I will write. That is what we call exclusive. So before you open a file, you need to tell the mode. In what way you are going to use this file? Is it for reading, writing, appending? All are different. You need to mention it. And remember, by default, if you don't give the mode, it is reading. If you don't specify any mode, Python will take it as you are opening that file for reading. Look here. Look here. There is a file called abc.txt. Okay, there is a file. Okay, and it is lying in C colon Gopinathan. So just to copy this is the file location. Look at this is your C colon Gopinathan. There is no AML, let us say. And slash abc.txt. So abc.txt is a file, not a folder, that is lying inside Gopinathan, and Gopinathan is lying as a folder inside the C drive. That's it. This is what we, and it is a string. And this is what we call a file path, file location. And it is a backslash. So when you open this file, let us say, I call the function open, and sorry, it is no small case, open what? This, you pass your file location, comma, this is your file you want to open, in which mode. You can say R, or capital R, small r, or capital W, small w, anything. If you don't give, it will be reading only. So that is what we call a mode. Then exception handling. I told you, proactively, as a good developer, Python developer, you need to, when you when you are working with the files, make sure you are trapping file exception. Exception will happen anytime, even if 100% you are sure that no error will happen, there error will happen for sure. Even if you are quite, it is guaranteed that there won't be an error, but in all the probability, there may be error. So don't take chance, don't take a risk, put it in a try and accept block and manage it. Pretty simple. Otherwise, let the error occur. Otherwise, if you don't manage it, it will abnormal shutdown. So let us first work with the file path. Make it very clear you understood the concept of absolute path and relative path. Make sure you understood the meaning of absolute path, relative path. Let me tell you what is absolute path and what is relative path. Let us say, look up. This is, I create a project directory like this, where it is like this. For example, my boss told me to create a project directory. So he said, okay, in C drive, let us say nobody will do this way. Anyway, in under C colon, and let us say under the Gopinathan, there is a project folder called AIML slash slash. This is your project directory. Okay, this is your project directory. Now, this is the project root, project directory, your current working directory. Okay, now let me show to you. Here, there is a file called under Gopinathan, there is AIML. I deleted it. So let me create a folder called under Gopinathan. Look at, let me write it using, look here, this is for you, I'm writing. I'm going back to root, C colon, okay, C colon. Now I say change directory to Gopinathan, under Gopinathan. Okay, when you are in Gopinathan, create a directory called project directory. Let us write my project. Okay, my project. Once you created it, look, you can change the directory my project. And if you say dir, nothing in it. dir, nothing in it. Look here. Pay attention, you understood the meaning of absolute path, file path. Path is two different. kind. One is absolute, other one is relative. Let me make it very clear to you. I'm working here. Now, my product, sorry, my project root is, this is PWD is, what is that? C colon Gopinathan, my project. This is my project directory, my working directory, my project root. Make it very clear. This is the project. We call it a project root. Look at the project root. What is that project root? This is project root. Now, this is project root. This is where you develop your project. Now you see, let me create one folder here. Inside this, I create a folder. Let me, as I told you earlier, in this application, my boss told me always Gopi write. There should be logging, and write your logging into app.log file. Okay, so what I will do, I create a directory, make dir, let me say log, or let us say app log. Don't write logging because that is a module name. So app application log, and in the app log, change directory app log, app log you create. Let us say this is, let us say make dir. I don't need to create it. It will be automatically created by our logging system. Let us say this is app.log file. Let me create it. Now you see, I am actually in my root right now. But if I say dir, it will show only app log. Inside the app log, change directory app log, and you say dir, you can see app.log file. If you want to see all from your root, project root, there is a command called tree. Tree space dot, like a code space dot, you can write dot. Look, under the C colon Gopinathan, my project, when you say tree dot command, it will give entire hierarchical directory structure. Look here, under the C colon Gopinathan, my project, there is a project, there is a folder called app log. Under the app log, there is a app.log file. Now you see. Now let me talk to you about uh, the relative path and relative path and absolute path. Absolute path. Our file is app.log. Let me write it. Let me access it using. Let me access it using absolute path. Absolute path. How do you access it? Pretty simple. This is the absolute path. Let me write it over here. Absolute path. Absolute path means from the root, from the C colon, you write the in the C colon Gopinathan, under the Gopinathan, there is my project, and there is a folder called app log, and under this there is app.log file. This is what we call entire location, entire file from the C colon or from the root. When you write, not a project root, but the system root, when you write it, this is what we call absolute path. Now you see, when I am working here, here I am in the project directory. Let me say, let me close this for a while. Let me go to that from this. Okay, my project, and I am opening the code dot VS Code. Look here. Here I have got a folder called in my project. That is my lookup. What is this? All this? Oof, lookup. In my project, that is my project. Under that, there is a folder called app log. Under that, there is a app.log file. If I click it, nothing is there. Okay, fine. I'm not worried about the content. What I am saying, two way I can, let me write a program called um, uh, mm, path underscore demo dot py. Okay, look at with me also you write it along with me you try to write it because then I don't need to copy it. Look at, there is a file, the file, let me create this file is already there. Let me write something, where is that app.log file. Oh, I have written something wrong. Oh, this program, I need to put it over here. Oh, let me delete this. Okay, okay, I deleted. Now there is a the program that is path demo underscore py. I mean dot py. Okay, now you see. I'm going to use this app.log file. Let me close this. Okay, look at app.log, app.log. Why it is not coming? Mhm, mhm. Why this is it a folder? Is it a folder? I think it is. Let me delete. Okay, move to the okay. AP, oh, that is the problem. Okay, now let me delete everything. Okay, no problem. Now under my project, let me create a folder. Let me create a folder. Where is that? Let me create a folder. New file. Let me create a folder here. The folder is app logs, app logs or log, no problem. Under the app log, you create a file called app.log file. This is the file, that is the folder. Pretty good. Now everything is fine. Now in the app log, I just write this is a log file created today or whatever. Okay, this is what it is. Save it. Now this is your app log. You click it, you get it. And what? Let us try to access this file using absolute path and relative path. Now, let us go to the program and let us say the file path or file location, file underscore path is equals to, you write it both the way, and it is a string, I told you, C colon backslash. In Windows, it is backslash. And there is Gopinathan. Gopinathan, under the Gopinathan, it is app log. Under app log, it is app.log file. That's it. This is an example of absolute path. absolute path because you are giving the entire path of this file in folder wise under Gopinathan, under then app log, this file. App.log is the file. Gopinathan and app log, these are all folders. I mean directories. C is the drive. Okay, now you see, same file, and I say file path, file underscore path, file underscore path. There are two paths. Okay, this is let me say this is file path 1, this is file path 2. Okay, here I write, look at, here I write, and it is a string. Instead of absolute path, look, currently where I am, when I came over here, how did I came to this place? From the C colon Gopinathan, my project. So that is my current working directory. That is where I am currently. So you can say, look at currently where I am. That is C colon Gopinathan. Oh, there is my project. There is my project. My project. I'm sorry. My project slash app log under the look at the current root. My project under the this thing. There is app log and app.log file. Same thing. I can write it. What is my current working directory? From there, you write everything. Like you can say, under the my project, there is a folder called there is a folder called app log. Under the app log, there is a file called app log file. Both are same. Both are same. One is the entire file path, and this is relative to my current working directory, relative to comparing to current working directory. Where is this file? That means in my current working directory, that is under the C colon Gopinathan, my project, there is a directory called app log. That is what I have written. Dot means in the current working directory, there is a app log, and under the app log, there is a file app.log. So two way we can run it. Now, oh sorry, uh, let us work with these files. Let us work with this file. Look here. If you print it, look up. It is all string, so nothing. You don't expect any surprise. Everything will work. You can simply say file path 1 and file path 2. File path 2 both will represent the print file print the file path 2. Okay, file path 2. One is in absolute path, other one is relative path. Now let us run it. Nothing will happen. It's only a string, so it is nothing to do with the files, as it is, it's all a string. Let us run it. What is, oh, I need to change the directory. It is a path demo. It is, oh, I'm here. Okay, so let us say dir. So you can see app and this program. So you can say py in what is that? Path demo. Simple. It will write both. Oh, what is written here? Syntax error. I got it. There is a syntax error warning invalid. That is what I told you from the beginning. There is a problem in the string. Look here. So first of all, try to understand the apps. I will manage this error. I know what is this error. Let me tell you, what do you mean by absolute path? What do you mean by relative path? Now, oh, that file is lying over there. File is lying over there. Okay. So how do I manage it? Mhm, mhm. That file is lying over there. So for the time being, let me take a copy of this file. And the copy of this file, advanced file here, there is a file, this file. Okay, let me take a copy of this file, copy, and let me put it in the home, under Gopinathan. There is my project, there is, let me put this file over here. Okay, paste it. Very. Now this will be available here. Now we can work here. Now you see, let me work with these two files. When you work with it, look here, I started writing, it is throwing me error. Can anybody tell me? Can anybody tell me? I have already taught you this. You need to tell me why there is error. It is giving me error. It is giving me error. Look, it is saying in this program path demo, there is a error at this, what is that? File path C:/G. There is a error. There is an error. There is an error. Syntax error. Can anybody tell me? You run it from anywhere, it will end up in error. That is what I told you from the beginning. With the file path being a string, that is the problem. Being a string, it is likely to throw error, specifically in Windows. Specifically in Windows. Now you watch over here. Watch over here. When I write the same thing, let me convert this file into Linux. Look at Linux. I, instead of this, I will write the file path. Oh, let me look. File path is, actually the file is, there is no Linux system. No problem. I say home slash user slash and my project and slash app log finish. It won't throw error. It will not throw error. This is the problem with the Windows. And you make it the same thing. Forward slash, instead of the backslash, you make it a forward slash. There won't be any error. Let me comment this, the Windows. This is Windows file path and make it a comment. I'm sorry. And this is your Linux file path. You try to understand. If you have got a doubt, you need to tell me. Now let me 1 minute. Okay. Now this is Linux. Let me run. I commented the Windows one. Now let me run it. Probably it won't go. It won't give error. Look, everything work properly. This is absolute path. This is relative path. Can you tell me what was the problem here? Then I will tell you absolute path, relative path, which you already understood. What do you mean by absolute path? From the beginning, full path, okay? Relative path, relative to your current project directory. Your file relative to current path, the project path. That is, my current project path is C colon Gopinathan, my project. That is the current path. With respect to that, there is a dot app log, dot log, and all. So that is now. Tell me why it is throwing error here. Now you comment this. Now you comment this. Uncomment this. Uncomment this. You will get an error again. Look here, I call our project, the program again, syntax warning, error. What do you mean? What can anybody tell me? What is the problem I'm doing over there? Can anybody look at the code? Can anybody tell me? Anybody? I will show you the code. And I will show you the code. You can run it both, one commenting and other running. I will give you the code, but can you tell me what is the problem here? You already learned, but you are just not applying your brain. You are not applying what? Why did it that error there? In the it is a very simple strings. Why in Windows it is throwing me the error, but in Linux it is not showing me error. It is not. Your machine doesn't know whether it is a Windows or a Linux. It is all because of that backslash. It is all because of the backslash. Look up. There are two ways to fix it. Look here. When you write in Linux, let me make it uncommon. When you write backslash, it will take it as escape sequence. In escape sequence, you learned we write backslash n backslash t and all, a backslash t and all tab. So in the escape sequence, when you write a backslash, your Python is treating as a escape sequence. So he is telling /g, look at the code. /g, I don't understand. Is it an escape sequence? Look at the error. The invalid escape sequence /g. Are you using it as an escape character /g? I don't know what is g. There is nothing called g. There is /n, new line, and /t tab and all. What is this g? I don't know. That is what Python is saying. So in order to tell him, hey, Python, it is not your escape sequence. It is a Windows file system location, file path it is. How do we do it? Two ways you can do it. Look up. You put a one wherever there is a backslash. You put a one more slash. So Python will take it as a backslash. If you want a backslash, you put one more backslash. So one it will take it as an escape sequence. Other one it will take it as a backslash. Finish. Now everything will work. So Python knows that this guy is using a Windows file system. Okay. Now you write and run it. It must work. Look, no error, nothing. Right? 1 minute. What does it? Didn't I save it? It should. Oh. This is. I should write it here, and let me run a line for Windows and Linux. Okay. Now it look at here. Now you run it. It will write both. It will write it. Look at, no problem with it. This is absolute path. This is a relative path. This is Linux absolute path. This is relative path. Now, there is one more easier way, the most easiest way. Python knows that in Python, file locations are string. So you tell the Python, hey Python, Whatever I have written in the double quote or a single quote, it's all raw file. It is a raw file location. Raw file location. How do you say raw file? Let me copy this Windows path again. Oh, sorry. Windows path again. Now let me put it in another way. Look at the most easiest way. Instead of writing double, suppose there is a 50 folder. So will you go on write two double slash two double slash two? You need to write 100 double. Backslash. It is a funny thing. So instead of writing double slash, you put a single slash, but single slash, it will take it as an escape sequence. So what is the way out? Simple, very simple. You simply say it is a raw file. You simply write an R here, or a capital R, or a small r, both will work. Now you see, it will write all the three. This is the most beautiful way, the raw string. You simply say it is a raw string. Now you see, you can print, here you print absolute path, because if you don't understand absolute path and your this thing, then relative path, then file handling, and especially your data science will go for a toss. So make it very clear you understood. Make it very clear you understood. Now let me absolute path. Now the other one is what? This is relative path. Relative path. Now, okay, now you copy the three-way. Whether it is a Windows, there are two way you can manage it, either with a double slash, either with a double slash, or with a row string, row string, row string, row file. Okay, and now that's all. Now let us run all the Windows file system using raw file concept, raw file R, right? R or small r, both. Oh, capital R or small r. Now, this is window file system using the double backslash, because one backslash Windows take it as an escape sequence. But all this nonsense will never happen in Linux file system. It's all very much very much shock proof. No surprise, nothing. Everything you put it and a forward slash. Now let us run it, and let me show you there can't be any error. Look at here. Look at the py. What is that? Path demo. Okay, look at, that's it. No error, nothing. And you know why error thrown and how to fix it. Everything I have shown you. Now I will share the code with you. Try to run it and tell me whether you understood. Whether you understood. If you have got any trouble, tell me. Got it. Very good. It's all pretty simple. Pretty simple. And why I am teaching you right now all this absolute path and relative path, because this is our way of life henceforth. You need to read the files from an absolute path or a relative path. And remember, when you are not sure whether to use absolute path or a relative path. If you are confused, go for absolute path. It is very simple. It is very simple. Absolute path means from the C drive or the home directory. Pretty simple. Relative path is actually I use relative path preferably because I know I am in this directory. From here, this is the path for this file. That's simple. Anybody, any doubt? Only one return. I got it. Hello. What about others? Hello. Got it. Okay. Okay. Because I need to ask you one time, second time, third time, 10 time, then only somebody will write it. Okay. What is the cost in it? Simply say, I got it, could be correct. Or simply say a thumbs up, I got it. It makes me much a comfortable level. At least it makes me comfortable. Sure, you don't understand it right now. And if you understood, I hope rest of others. And if you don't say, I will take it as you understood. Now remember, we are all getting into complexity day by day, into complexity. So from the very beginning, it's all simple. And if you don't clear it right now, going further will make things hard. Now let us go to our this thing. Where is our file? This file. Okay. And let us select a kernel because that is very important. And let me select a kernel. Okay. Now everything is set. Now let me. So what is absolute path? Specifying the complete location from the root of the file system. Unambiguous, very clear, and independent of current working directory. Pretty simple. Example, Windows example slash, C colon users alias document data.txt. Data.txt is the file. Rest are your folders and C is the drive. Unix, Linux, Mac OS, where it is pretty simple, forward slash. Home, Alice is the user, a folder, documents is a folder, data.txt. Pretty simple. Use absolute path when you need a guaranteed access. I told you, if you are not clear with, go for absolute path. Where is the scripture runs? Now, relative path specifies the location of the path, the location or the path of your file relative comparing to your current working directory, wherever you are. Use dot, that means current working directory, and two dot parent directory, one step above, one step above. Now let us see a assumption. You are in work or project directory. That is the assumption. When you go for a relative directory path, make it sure that you are in your current working directory, project directory. Look up. This is why I have written. Look up. Change directory. Don't worry. Here I have written change working directory project under slash project. So it will go to work. You are here handling. You are here. Then you changed the directory work slash and project. Now, if you want to see that file, you can say these are all in Linux. cat.txt. Just show me the content of the data.txt. So this is the file. So same way, let us work with it here. Let us work with here. Currently, you are in my project. Let us say directory. What is that? There are app log. So you say change directory app, press tab, look at app log. Under the app log, you go there. Okay, now you say dir, there is a file. Simply say cat will not work here because cat is a Linux command. So if you want to see it, you can say notepad, and you say app log. Okay, it will open that file in your notepad. Look at that's simple. That's simple. Or you can, so you got it. Now same thing, if you want, this is a relative path. Now you see, if I want to use this app.log, I can say notepad, and simply say, look, notepad, let me write, let me copy all this. Let me see whether it will work. Under the app.log, you copy, then paste app dot under that. This is absolute path. There is app.log file. Okay, now you open it in a notepad. You open it in a notepad. Okay, what is the problem here? The term sorry, 2D. Nobody's telling me anything. Nobody's telling me. Okay, notepad. Okay, it will open. So this is your absolute path, and this is your your actually I can open it using a relative path. Look, I'm not in app, I'm in project directory. Okay, in project directory. By remaining here, I can say notepad open relative to my project. There is a let me put it this way. Okay, under this there is a app log. Under that app log file, open it. Okay, beautiful. So this is what I told you. Hope it is clear to you. Hope the concept is clear to you. Now let me go faster. I wasted more time. Now look here. All these things you can try it. There is nothing. Working with the path. How do you work with the path? Look here. You may think we already worked with the path. No, nothing you did. You simply work with a string. Look here, you are simply showing the path as a string. Okay, now let us, instead, don't think you can always work from the command line and all. You need to work from a program. How do you work from a program? Now let us, for that, there is the Python provide OS module or shootil module, SHTLS, shootils, so utils. Okay, then the most beautiful and most pathlib. This is the most advantageous pathlib. OS is very old. The shootil is also a bit old. Pathlib is something came from Python 3.0, Python 3.3. Okay, let us work with it. Nimi idonu open cheyo, alla idu cheyo, Nimi padukke. Now, allalla, you need to make it.
Okay.
It is 1 minute power gone. One minute. Okay, now let me go to working with the path. Let us work with the path from a program. I have already explained about this. Look here. What it is doing here? Importing OS module to work with, because OS module is pretty simple. That is making your life simple. If you want to work with a Python file system, better take the help of in the OS module. In the OS module, there is a class called path. That path has got a method called join. Look at use os.path.join to construct a path safely across all the platform. Because when you work in Python, you may work in OS Windows, or you may work in Linux, Mac OS. So how do the Python manages all the operating system file formats? File formats. So for that, Python has got a module called OS. It has got a class called path. It has got a method called join, with which you can safely manage any file path. Let us work on. Now, base directory. Look at C colon. Let us say C colon my project, or we don't have the Linux. So let me comment this one, because I'm on Windows right now, not on Linux. So base dir is equal to, let me copy this. For the time being. It is C colon, it is pretty good. Let me copy this. So it is an absolute path. Okay, absolute path. Go here, and you can. It is a raw file format. Pretty good. Windows. So no issue. No issue. Just put your raw file format. All right. The Windows is taken care because of the raw file system. Now look here. In the case of the Linux, there is no all such nonsense. It's all forward slash, but you can provide an R for a safe, secure processing. It is a forward slash. Pretty things are very clear. And as I'm not on Linux, let us work on Windows. Okay. Now you see, I have got, this is only a folder structure, not a file. This is what happened here. Mm, C colon app log. What happened here? Okay, what happened here? Base directory. Okay, now this is, what is the problem here? Unterminated. Oh, it is because of this thing. I need to put mine. These are all, when I copy it, this is the problem. When you copy it, I think, what happened here? What happened here? String literally is unterminated, finance. Okay, but I have C colon. Okay, my project. It is because of your escape sequence. So simply put a capital R or a small r. Now this is taken care in Windows. Now this is a Windows the folder structure, not file structure, only up to folder structure. Now let me, for the time being, comment it. And what is the name of the file? Look up. Name of the file is this is absolute path. Okay, file name, and let me write it in this app log slash app dot log file. Okay, the rest you delete. So here it is taken correctly. Even though I put an R, it won't make any problem. Now, what is it is worrying me? Took fix unterminated string literal. It is a small r. Okay, C colon Gopinathan. Why it is? I don't understand. I don't understand why it is. Write it along with me and point out what the mistake I'm doing. Somewhere, because if you put this, equally I can make it work, but it is pretty hard. It is pretty hard. Now the error gone. So this is the problem with, now I don't want the R. That simple it is. Now I don't want the R, but the problem by putting a single quote, it won't make any difference. Okay. Okay, I got it. Oh, it is because of that, this thing. Last, this is the one. Okay, this is the folder. Okay, this is using your Windows, the raw file system, the raw file. Okay, now look at here. Pay attention here. I have written both the ways. I hate to work with this. Let us say there is a folder here under C colon Gopinathan, my project, and app log. That is the folder. And there is a file name called slash this thing app log. Let us join. So there is a, in the OS module, there is a path and join what? Base dir and the file name. Let us get the full path. That is, that is what it is. App log, this is the full path. Let us get it absolute path. Look at absolute path slash app dot log file. And on Windows, and let us get the full path by joining your file name and a folder name. Let me see and check the data type. It will be path only. Let us see whether it will work. I have got some doubt here. Let me run it and see. Look, pretty good, no problem. Oh, there is a problem. There is a problem. See, this is what I thought. And look here, still it is a string. Still, it is not a file, you mean. Whatever you have written, it is still a string. Because you just join two strings. os.path dot join your base directory and the file path. Still, it is a string, but it is not correct. There is a dot. So let us avoid this one. Let us avoid this one. Okay, now everything will work as we are expect. Oh, C colon app. 1 minute. App log. Nobody's watching here when I make a mistake. Now, what is the problem here? C colon app log. Okay, so I need to put this thing here. I need to put this thing here, or but the problem here is Or let me avoid all this stuff. Will it take? Let us see. Now it is perfect. Oh, still there is a problem. APP log, I don't need to. This is the problem, sir. This is my project directory. And this is my project directory. And this is my relative path. This is the root, the project root plus the relative path of the file. And let us join it again and let us see. Now it is perfectly all right. Perfectly all right. Still it is a string. So I made some changes. So take the right code, and if you got it, if you didn't get it, tell me whether I'm not clear with it. I can help you out. I can help you out. Now let us go to another this thing. What is the best practice? Look up. Always use os.path.join, or there is a newer pathlib.path. And remember, pathlib.path, it is a class. Pathlib is the module. OS is a module. Path here is a small PATH. And it is a class, and it has got a join. Always use this or this instead of string concatenation to avoid the platform specific separator issue of the \/ So for a row string, for Windows, on Windows, \r escape character in Python string, prefix with an R to make it a row string. So file handling, best file handling. Look at create a file. Look here, when you open a file in Python, actually you are creating a file. There is no command to create a file in Python. The moment you open any file, you are actually creating a file. Look at it. Create a file object, look up, open the file name, the file location, whether it is relative path or absolute path, then you specify the mode. When you open it, you open a file object called file underscore object is created. Now you perform operation. File object dot read, because you opened it to read the file, then file object dot write if it is a write mode, and finally close it. So let us do all these four things with actual files. How do you open a file in Python? Remember, when you open a file in Python, actually you are creating a file. If it is not there, if there is a one file, you don't need to recreate it. If a file is not there, file will automatically created for you. If the file is there, it will not recreate the file, but it will open for you. So that is the difference you need to understand. To open a file, we can use open function. It return a file object used to interact with the file, which require a file path and a mode as the argument, whether it is a write, a read, explosive, and all. So what is the syntax? Open, that is the function, your file path, whether it is absolute path or relative path, and specify the mode, whether it is read mode, write mode, explosive, I mean both. Then encoding is none. Encoding means you can specify, read it as a text file, that is UTF-8, or you can say UTF-16, whatever. whether it is, I mean, it is a Unicode, and I told you from the beginning, text files are read as UTF-8 format. That is Unicode. If you want to read it as a text file, specify encoding is equals to UTF-8. If you don't want any encoding, simply say encoding none. And by default, encoding is UTF-8. It will try to read the file as text file. So what is the syntax? Open file path. File path, that is the file name. Mode is the mode in which you want to read it, read, write, explosive, all that stuff. Note, this is very important. If you don't specify a mode, Python will, by default, it will be read-only mode. You are reading. And one more thing. If the file you meant to open, if that file is not there, Python will create that file for you. If the file is there, it will simply open it for you to do your operation. So let us do all of them. Basic example, opening a file. This code opens the file txt dot in the read mode. Look at there. If the file exists, returns the file object and connect to the file object. Simple. If the file doesn't exist, Python raises a file not found exception. Look at here, there are many problems you need to understand. And first I will do it in a manual mode. You open, you do the operation, you close it. That is the manual mode. First, let me write the manual mode. Look at this. This is the manual mode, means you are opening manual mode. Manually manual by user. User is managing. Let me copy all these things and cut it. Let me click here and in between put a code. Simple. Okay, so that I can run it alone. Okay, now let me, what is the file path, or where is my file? This is in the Linux. It won't work for us. Our path is this. Which one? Our path is, now I am in your Windows. So let us take this path. Let us take it this path. Look, it is pretty simple. app.log. Okay, I'm on Windows right now, so I need to show you only Windows. Okay, look, pay attention here. I'm going to change it. Okay, this is in Linux. So on Windows, I'm on Windows right now. So Windows, it is file underscore path. It is a variable. It represents the file object you are going to create or open if it is there already. Now you put R. That is the beautiful way to do the things. Okay, and double single quote. Look at whether it is in Linux or Windows. Simply put it in R. Simply put it. If you don't put the R, and if I am on Windows, I need to put two double slash. So that look a bit awkward. So this is very good. So let me comment this for the time being. This is on, I'm on Linux because this is on, when I created, I was on Linux that time. Oh, now let me put this thing. Look, Linux. And now I am on, this is my file. Beautiful. Now, it is you need to do everything yourself. It is a manual mode. You are managing everything. So first step, what is that? This is normal step number one. Look at the step one. What is that? Open a file. It is your job. Okay. So open and file path, whatever the path for your file, and you say R mode, read mode. There is a file, I want to read it. Now, let us, step number two. Step number two, what it is? Now, you have the file object, do the operation. Do the operation. What is the operation here? Read, because it is R mode. You read it. Okay. So you say, you have got a file object dot read function. It is a function from built-in Python library, like your print function, input function, read, open. These are all built-in library function. You can call it file object dot read. When you read a file, whatever may be the content, that will be, you can put it in any variable, say content or file content, whatever may be it. Now you open it, and now you display it, and finally step number three. Step number three, what it is now, as the work is over, when you are done with, simply close it. Simply close the file before you terminate. Close the file. Close the file. That's it. So file object dot close. Now you see what I'm doing here. I'm created a file path as a string, as a raw string, so that there is no confusion whether it is Windows or Linux. Then open that file in a read mode, and if the file is there, it will not recreate. If the file is not there, and if you're reading, it will throw an error. I will show you everything. Look, now once I read, then you do the operation, and the content, I'm storing in content and printing the contents, and you display, you show me the content of that file, and when it is over, close the file. Let me run it. It will work. Look at this is the log file created today. Okay, and where is that file? Where is the file? App dot created. Let me change a bit. Okay, created a file today. Save it, close it. If you read it again, now it is created. If you run it again, it will take updated file, created file. Correct. Let me share this code as I made some changes. Run this code and tell me whether you have got any problem. Whether you have got any problem. If you don't have any problem, let me take a deep dive. Let me change the mode. Look here. When you open a file with read mode, if the file is not there, it will throw an error. Let us say file name is appx.log. You know, I know this file is not there. What is there? app.log. There is no appxlog. And when you open it using R mode, it will throw an error. That simple it is. If the file is there, and if it is a read mode, it will read. If the file is not there and the mode is R, it will throw an error. Let us look here. It will throw an error. File not found exception. File not found exception. This is why I told you always put everything in a try and accept block. Anytime you will end up in error in your file handling. So you got it. You change the name of the file and run it again. You should get an error. You should get an error. Now you change it back and run it again. There is no error. There is no error. So both you try it. Both you try it. Let me comment it. Let me comment it. Let me comment this, and let me make a unknown file and run it again. It will end up in a file not found error. Got it? Hope you got it, all of you. All of you are you clear with that? Any doubt? I'm not repeating. If you have got doubt, I'm here to help you. Now, let us move on. Look here. Now you see a file with a read mode. What will happen? Okay. Same thing. Let me now look here. Okay, look at this is something we call a context manager in Python. What is a context manager in Python? When you read, write, or anything you do with a file, always do with file keyword, sorry, with the keyword. Don't use this. This is nothing wrong in it, the manual mode. The only problem is that you need to do every step. That is why I have written step number 1, step number 2, step number 3, all the things you need to do manually. And the problem is that if you don't close it, and if there is an error before closing it, file will remain open and it will screw up others' access to that file. So it is nothing wrong, but it is not recommended. Recommended way of working is recommended. Let me say with some kind of recommended way of working with files, that is using the keyword. What is that? With is your friend. Use always with. Look here, instead of there is a file system, let us use the same file system. Let us work it on Windows itself, because we are on Windows right now. Look at on Windows, this is our file system. Let us make it a correct file. Okay, app.log file. Now, look here. Instead of open, do, and close and all, it is pretty simple. Step number 1, and it is only step number 1. Look up. Step number 1. Step number 1. Everything is included. Look up. It is a command. Okay. Step number 1. What is that? With, that is the keyword. With, open your file path. This is your file path. And in a read mode, here you are telling, here this is the only change. You are opening this file with a file handler as a shortcut, your alias. The file, instead of telling C: Gopinathan blah 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 app.log, you simply say file object or any name you say. Let us say file. Pretty simple. Instead of telling all this lengthy name, I will use the file path as a file That is the file handler. File handler is this path. Your file basically the file which you right now opened, that you are giving a shortcut name file. Now step number 2, everything is inside and there is a block. You read it. This is instead of the file path, make it file. File dot read, put it in content, display it, and remember there is no closing. There is no closing because with will close it for you. Then why do you need to close it? You can close it, but why do you need to do it? It will be redundant. So don't try to close it if you are in a with keyword. This with keyword, we call it a context manager. With context manager, it is the only way I'm going to use it ongoing, not the manual way. Let us run it and let us do both. This is a log file created today. Change the name of the file app and run it. You will end up in an error. Look here, when you are in this line, you ended up in an error, and who will close the file? That is the beauty of the with. Even though it ended up in an error, your with will automatically close this file. But that is not the case here. When you ended up in an error, this file remain closed. Sorry, file will remain open. That is the beauty of this with. You run it, there is an error, no problem, no problem. So I made a small change. So let me give with, we call it a context manager, context manager. So let me give you this updated code for you. And if you have got a doubt, please ask me. If you have got doubt, anybody can come out with uh, any problem. I will try to fix it. Now let us go ahead. So what is this? There is still a string representation. Let us try to now we read the file. Let us write something into the file. So let us change the file path. Look at the file path. I'm using same file, app.log file. Normally nobody will write it into log file. It is system will logging will write automatically, but here I just shown it. Okay, now there is a file path called app log file. Now look up in the normal opening, normal of the manual opening, I open the file path, whatever it is, then W, you are going to write it. Now you have a file object, you are opening a file object, and there are two possibilities right now. One, when you try to open a file may not be there or file may exist. What you will do? In Python, when you open a file in write mode, if the file is not there, it will be automatically created for you in the same path. But if the file is not there, if the file is not there, it will create that file for you. So two possibilities. One, if the file is there, it will open for you and write, you can write. If the file is not there, a new file will be, empty file will be created for you. Look at the two options. One, look here, and remember, it is a normal mode. You need to close it. Pretty simple. Okay. there is a file app log. You know the file is there. You are trying to write into that file. What you are going to write? www, all that bloody stuff. Okay, this is for you I have written. Okay, let us, there is only one line in this file. Apart from it, you write one more line, that is www. Okay, let us see whether will it work. This file is already there. So what is the expected result? Expected result is whatever may be the content of the file plus whatever you have written, it should be shown. Let us see whether it is that way. It will, oh, let us, okay, I run it, let us see whether it is written this www into app.log. Open it, let me see it. It is what it is written. This is the problem. When you have got a file and when it is in a write mode, it will not create a file, it will replace the file. Whatever may be there, it was there, one line. This line was there, sir. Look at here. Look at here. This line was there. What is that line? Where is that line? Oh, there was a line. This is the line, something I have written. It was there. Because of the error, it is gone. Okay, okay, no problem. Look at the this thing. When there was one line and you are going to write, when you are going to write, it will replace the entire file and write what you are want to write it. That is the way it is. Now, if you want to see it again, change it. If you want to see it again, instead of W, now you write Q, 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 Q. Let us write anything. Okay, Q, Q, Q. Now, W will be replaced by Q, Q, Q. Let us run it again. Let us see whether this file, it is Q, 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 whatever. You got it. Now, let us move into other part of the, look here, same thing. Now you have, there are, look, there are two mode you have seen, write mode and read mode. When you write, there are two options. One, file may be there. If it is there, it will open for you and you can read it. If it is, the file is not there, it will end up in error. But let us talk the case of the write. When you are going to write something into a file, two options. File may be there, file may not be there. Now, let us say file is already there. When the file is already there, it will get replaced. Let us, this is the first one. Okay, the file is replaced with all this stuff. Now you see, let us say, for the file I'm going to change, there is no such file called appx, and you want to write it. When the file is not there, and if it is a write mode, file will created for you. Look at this file is not there. Look at here, sir. You are not listening. This file is not there. appx file is not there. And I'm going to write it into apx.x file. It is not there. I want to write something new. Let us write yum. Okay, yum. Okay, let me write it. File is not there. You may think you may end up in an error, but Python will create you. In the case of the write mode, let us see, app.x is generated. You can see m. Okay, so let me give you the two pieces of code. You write it. One is for read. You take both. Wait a minute. I will give you both. This is file is not there. Okay, file is not there. File is not there. Second case, what it is? File is there. So now let me wait a minute. I have given you this code. Now let me put this. Let me put this. Look at this file and app.x file generated, and already there is m. But when the file is there, and if it is w mode, it will replace, this file is there, and if it is a w mode, it will replace. Let me see, it will be a, it will be replaced with a. Now you see the third option. Nobody did, you are asking me, Gopi, what will happen if I want to append something? Not replacing. Whatever may be it, I want to replace, just append it. Not replacing. Don't delete it. There is a append mode. There is append mode. You simply say, let me write BBB. Now, already in the appx file, it is a. Now you can append it. Look at, you can append it. Look at the app dot. Oh, what happened? What happened? It is, let me, oh, this is unexpected because app dot, let me give you this file, which you play with it, you work with it. Oh, I didn't send it. Okay, now I'm sending again both the right. Now append, what happened with append? What happened with append? Now it is all normal mode. You open a file in the append mode, and this file is already there, and with AAA, and you want to write it, BBB, and it should be closed. So what is the wrong in it? I didn't get it open, right? Already this is there, and it is an append mode. Let me run it again. Let me see what is the mistake I'm making. Oh, append mode. Actually, what is my expectation is A, then B. But why it is not appending in the append mode? Now you have a file object and you append it, right? What is the wrong thing I'm doing? C colon blah blah blah. This file is there, and the content is, existing content is A, that should be retained and appended by this thing, because it is append, but it is not working in my case. 1 minute, give me 1 minute. I'm just making a small mistake. If you can point it out, well and good. 1 minute, let me check it over here. What is that? Python file append mode. Okay, let me check it. Basic usage. Okay, appending a text to a file. This will be added up to a file. Okay, appending and automatically handles. That is fine with, but I'm doing it. And A means append only, opens for writing at the end of the file. A plus, append and read. A, B, binary. No. Where I will get it? I'm forgot. How do I append a file in Python? All are showing in with open A and file dot write. That is precisely I'm doing, sir. Only thing is that I'm not using with, but it in a manual way. I'm trying to rewrite. What is the wrong thing? Till represent. Why it is not writing? Normal opening. It should append. It should append. Why it is not appending? Why it is not appending? Okay, let me do one thing. Let me work with the context manager. Is it making any change? Not a normal way using context manager with keyword. With the keyword, let me try to understand. No open with open okay, this file, and there is an alias as file. Okay, colon. Now let me remove this file, not object, file. That is the alias file dot, and towards the end of, you don't need to do this because you are using a file. You open and append it. Will it work? Let me see. Will it work? appx.log file is there. Let me check whether will it work. Will it work? Let us run it. It is running, and let me check app. It is not written. Quite surprising. Oh, it is written. It is written, sir. I'm not